Hi, I'm Assemblymember Anthony Renda, and I represent Southeast Los Angeles in the State Assembly. Welcome to this year's SELA Arts Festival. We have a great night planned for you.
All right, what's up, everybody? We're Mother Rose. We want to thank SELA Art Fest for having us. We're just going to start it off. This one's called Marry You, Bear You. Let's go, Snoopy! Away my life. Grave where I lay my head every single day since you passed away. I will marry you, I will bury you in a little grave where I lay my head every single day since you passed away, my love. Woo! All right, let's go. Let's keep keep it going, y'all. This one's called Eye Candy Man. Let's dance, dance with us all. Jump with us, y'all! Hey! We go searching around the world to find this eye candy, to find this eye candy. Now we don't want to go around searching around the world to find this eye candy, to find this eye candy. Now, well, now we go searching around the world, baby, around the world, yeah! All right. Thank you for all you guys clapping in the virtual world out there. Gracias, gracias.
We're right here with a couple of buddies painting for SELA. I really want to uplift the spirits of everybody right here in SELA and just promote that we got to be strong in these times. And we're always been strong. And more than ever in these times, we got to be strong mentally, physical, and hopefully we inspire a lot of people.
are currently in the city of Bell on Gage and Atlantic, and we are working on a mural.
I feel like painting a mural here really activates a space, you know? It's like something that I've never seen here, a lot of people haven't seen here, and then just having a mural dedicated to SELA, encouraging SELA in a place that, you know, hasn't really been used. I think it's very encouraging, letting people know that there are people out here creating, there are people out here, you know, thinking about the city, there are people out here thinking about each other, and I think it sends a positive message, especially here because this is a testing site. These walls could use a little bit of paint and a little bit of beauty on them, so I wanted to help out this morning.
This piece started from a hashtag SELA Strong, and I really wanted to bring it out there to the community, especially in this community that we don't really have no real visual messages, good messages, and I think this message is really strong.
I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to with the art, we're trying to also pass on the energy of what we feel as artists, you know, because we feel energy. So if we didn't feel any energy, we wouldn't be out here. So we feel like we want to put what we feel and you know, and the work that we do in the community and put it on the wall so that the folks out here can feel the same thing, you know, which is SELA Strong. I think it's a good message for us right now in these times, and just to let everybody know, man, that you know, it's hard times for everyone, but you know, we got to stay strong. Just to remind everyone, you know, not to give up, to keep fighting. So we just kind of hope to inspire a little bit of hope as well, you know, in other folks to you know, see the light, see some sort of light, you know, know that there's something out there for them, you know. So, but we got to keep looking for it, you know. We can't stop. So.
SELA means community for sure. It's Southeast LA, so any little small city that has gone unnoticed in LA. And yeah, just community, staying together, you know, remembering where you're from.
This place used to be a car dealer store. It used to call Saab Chevrolet. It's been here since I lived here. It's been empty for like close to 10 years or 10 years. And now it's just like an empty, abandoned building. And it just looks really bad now. So we started by doing some murals for the COVID. We started on the gate side. And that mural was for the medical workers that were here, that are here testing for COVID. And we wanted to just give them the thank you for their hard work, for being in the front line.
We're volunteering our time to let people know that you know, that we're in this together, and it's cool working with other community members here. We got Emilia, we got Ray, we got Tetris. I know they do a lot of positive work in the community. They're people that I look up to because they give a lot back, they create, and they give selflessly. I think that's one of the big lessons that I've learned from them, and that's one of the lessons I'm practicing today, this morning. It's being selfless, you know, creating, making for people, giving to people. Out of the goodness of our hearts, you know, I feel that goes a long way, especially now in the current pandemic.
We hope you're all enjoying your night. You're gonna definitely enjoy this next performer. She is Victoria Elise. She is an R&B and bedroom pop artist from East LA. She creates music with local musicians to illustrate silhouettes of heartbreak, empowerment, and femininity based on her experiences as a young Chicana. Without further ado, please welcome Victoria Elise.
Alright, what's up everybody? My name is Victoria Elise, and here I have Jose Plasencia with me, and today we're gonna do a few songs for you guys. Hope you enjoy.
Tanto tiempo disfrutamos de este amor, nuestras almas se acercaron, tanto así que yo guardo tu sabor, pero tú llevas también sabor a mí. Si negaras mi presencia en tu vivir, bastaría con abrazarte y conversar. Tanta vida yo te di que por fuerza tienes ya sabor a mí. No pretendo ser tu dueño, no soy nada, yo no tengo vanidad de mi vida, doy lo bueno, yo tan pobre que otra cosa puedo dar. Pasarán más de 1000 años, muchos más, ya no sé si tenga amor la eternidad, pero allá tal como aquí, en la boca llevarás sabor a mí. No pretendo ser tu dueño, no soy nada, yo no tengo vanidad de mi vida, doy lo bueno, yo tan pobre que otra cosa puedo dar. Pasarán más de 1000 años, muchos más, ya no sé si tenga amor la eternidad, pero allá tal como aquí, en la boca llevarás sabor a mí. Sabor a mí, sabor a mí, sabor a mí.
The next few songs that we have for you guys are all original, so I hope you guys enjoy.
what you want from me. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want from me. Yeah. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want.
All right, everybody, and our first poet of the night is an incredible community, dedicated soul that has contributed so much to the Alivio Open Mic progress. She is a vendor liaison. She helps us recruit talent and artists, and I'm so proud to call her my friend. She is Citlali Huijosa Osuna, and she is a writer, printer, card maker from Southeast Los Angeles. She is the creator and owner of Tarjetitas con Amor, a handmade greeting card company. She is also the vendor coordinator for Alivio Open Mic in the city of Bell. Without further ado, please welcome Citlali Huijosa Osuna.
Generation Ketchup. What do you mean there's no ketchup? The dismay in my nephew's eyes said everything. And it only made me want to laugh out loud and offer him some salsa that my madre made the night before for dinner. How am I supposed to eat my eggs? His eyes nearly popped out of their socket. There's salsa right there, kid. I pointed to the glass dish that held the concoction my mother so diligently made, roasting chiles de árbol inside the house like we all needed our sinuses drained. It has tomatoes and garlic and salt and chile. It's like ketchup, but with the kick. Here stood my nephew in disbelief, asking the most simple question known to a first-generation/immigrant Mexican household. Why don't you all have ketchup in the house? There's never any ketchup. Dear second-generation Mexican, you have entered the realm that should be in an American household, but isn't quite American because migration is still real here. Our roots are still over there. And they only just started with me, your first generation tia, and you, my second generation nephew. See, ketchup when I was younger was a distant concept. There were some, but it wasn't necessarily like it is with you. We would only get it when we were well behaved and we were treated to the magic that was McDonald's. And your grandmother would take the extra ketchup packets home. Same with mustard. That yellow thing never even was recognized until I was about 10 years old. I was given a mustard flour and it tasted divine. Yes, I said divine. But ketchup, as I quickly learned, was nothing but rotten tomatoes, mashed up together with vinegar and maybe some sugar. Ketchup was not a veggie either, so it never made it into our table. There are only a few things ketchup was acceptable with cóctel de camarón, con papa frita. Cuando visitas la tía gringa that has been living in Highland Park since the late 1960s. Ketchup is para los gringos, nephew. We have salsa and tapatio. We have chile peppers of all sorts of color. My second poem is called For All the Poets That Mention the Tamal Lady in Their Poem. For all the poets that mention the Tamal Lady in their poem that could only offer her one line, I have something to tell you. There is a woman that is resistant that everyone admires. She is the one that sings out to the heavens her arrival and her traditional morning blessing. She projects her voice, her heavenly voice, letting us all know, yes, you are home. You often see her as a reminder of life from far away across borders. She is the reminder that home isn't so far and that all is good, you'll survive. She carries her handmade gifts from God knows who and where, and you wonder how she kept them warm just for you. She even offers a free facial when you get close enough to the compartment where she keeps her gifts steaming hot. She is a blessing to most, and to those who oppose her don't know the beauty of her work because they've lived a sorry, sad, bland life without sazon, without taste, without knowledge from the ancestors, so they take away the heavenly gifts she so meticulously created and they destroy them. But you can see they want to try them too. But don't be fooled, she is resilient, as you can hear her project her voice up to the heaven, and your heart beats with glee because yes, she is back with your ever awaiting morning blessing. You want to sing along with her, but you are too shy, so you patiently wait for her gifts to warm your belly. So you ask for 2 de pollo, 1 de puerco, 4 de rajas, media de elote para el cafecito. And you thank her for not giving up, and you exchange smiles, and you both continue on with your daily struggles. So our event is called Streaming Our Stories, and I feel that these 2 poems are very much something that's very real in our communities. We have the tamal lady or the tamal man. We have our street vendors, our food vendors that are constantly, offering us these things, these nourishments, right, that are very much part of our culture. And I really do feel like these 2 poems fit into what we're doing with this event that we are bringing to everybody here in our community. Hey everyone, I hope you enjoyed that set of poetry from Alivio Open Mic. I'm just here, like always, reminding you all to support local vendors. Go to SELAArtsFest.org, click on vendors, and check out all of their beautiful artwork.
Some of tonight's performances, like the next one, are brought to you by Port of Long Beach, the port of choice.
Hi, my name is Andrea Rios, and I am a performer for Latinas Arts Foundation.
Aloha, we are Hoku Maiole from the city of Lakewood. Let me introduce the instructors. My name is Willie. This is Miss Isabel, Miss Michelle, and Miss Stephanie. We run our program with collaboration with the city of Lakewood Parks and Recreation. We have students from 2 years old to adults, and we teach the basics of hula, Tahitian, some Samoan, and also Maori from New Zealand.
The census is the key to a more equitable and fair future for our community.
So much that so many people depend on is funded by the census. Based on population, $1.5 trillion in federal spending is given to states and communities for things our communities need.
Housing, mass transportation, health programs, public schools, roads and highways, safe communities, Medicaid, and emergency services. It even controls our political representation, as California could lose 2 congressional seats if we aren't all counted.
Our community was rising to this challenge and filling out census forms earlier this year, but then the pandemic hit and the census took a backseat to everyone's safety.
Our response rates for filling out the census went down. Right now, half of SELA will be undercounted if we can't get more of our friends, families, neighbors, everyone to fill out the census.
We're not giving up. We're depending on trusted messengers to help us ensure that everyone is counted.
Who are these trusted messengers? You.
Once you fill out your census form, we need you to commit to getting family members and friends to fill out their census online, by phone, or through the mail. The process is simple and your information is secure.
By filling out the census, you are giving your community a seat at the table.
Your voice matters. Be counted.
Well, I can say that this is unprecedented for almost everyone in the career. No one was alive in 1918, 1919, 1920. We don't have nurses from that time period, so everything that we see happening now with COVID is unprecedented. But I've been doing this for, since 2003 I've been a nurse. In 2015 I've been an NP, or a nurse practitioner. So it's basically about 17 years as a nurse, and then 5 years as a nurse practitioner. And then I became an educator. So with the education part, I get to teach the nurses that are on the front line.
When the economy crashed in 2008, 2009, I decided to go back to school and pursue a career in nursing because it was just going to be fulfilling. And let's be honest, it is something in California you can make a living doing, right? I had a family, I had a little daughter, I had a wife, and then one on the way at that time. So moved into nursing, and I spent the next 5 years struggling trying to find classes to get into nursing school, and I finally did. It's been a great career so far. I'm almost 4 years in the emergency room. I'm doing trauma. I'm working with these COVID patients. Unfortunately, a lot of them are sick. Many of them aren't, but it's been a nice road, interesting and very fulfilling. So I'm very happy I did that move.
So a lot of patients are coming in, they're going home, but then we're getting these amount of patients that come into the hospital. They're very ill, and then they get admitted and they don't go home. So our ICU filled up basically automatically the moment all the COVID stuff happened since March.
Scary because, I do hear that we're in this first wave. I think we're actually going to the second wave now. My theory is California did a good job closing down early and flattening that curve. But the other side of that sword is that now people didn't see people get sick. And so since they didn't see it, they don't believe it. You still have people saying it's a hoax. You still have people saying it's all made up. I had a police officer come in yesterday and tell me, I don't believe it. I'm not going to wear the mask in here. I said, okay, that's fine. Let me take you to this back area. And he said, no, it's okay. It's real. There are people back there that, drowning in their own secretions. It's scary.
I know one of the issues that came up a lot for a lot of nurses around the country was the PPE or protective gear that you need to wear when you come into the hospital. For our hospital, fortunately, we are a big flagship, almost like trauma center. So we've had the PPE, but even in our situation, we've still had to budget our PPE. Literally say, hey, this is your mask, this is your N95 mask. Before, you could just toss those away. If you had a patient that was like that, you'd probably have 4 masks for the day, toss them, change them, no worries, that's how life is. We gotta do what we gotta do for these patients to keep them alive. Now, because of the shortages, which everybody wants to say there's not, but there are, we're using 1 mask a day and covering it with a surgical mask, which is a little less expensive mask and doesn't keep out as much of the particulates. Like an N95 mask is used to keep out 95% of the particulates that are in the air, as long as you're wearing that correctly. So yeah, as an educator, it's been a lot of changes, and we've had to teach to COVID a lot, and it's been good though. Like we get to explain how different things work, and like the N95 that we have, that we use and to keep out 95% of particulates. It looks similar to this. Sometimes they have duck bills that they use, and you can put them on. I usually put it on like this and put the 2 straps over on the back, put it up to your face, and then slip over, and then slip the other one over, and then make sure you have a good seal, and you check the tops and the sides. That's a really good seal, actually. This is actually a really good mask. Okay, so that's a really good seal. And then technically you wear this all day for an 8-hour day, 12-hour day. And every 2 hours you're supposed to shift it and adjust it. But you'll notice like a lot of nurses, they're getting breakdown on their skin across the areas where they wear this. And then we put a surgical mask on, which is the ones you wear in the community. Surgical mask, or you can wear a regular face mask. And you put this on, the blue side should be out or the yellow side should be out, and you'll see the back is there. The surgical mask, isolation mask, procedural mask, they all have the same basic gradient on this. It's how they fit on your face is all that matters, basically, is how it's different. This acts like a protectant against COVID or the SARS virus that would be sitting on different things. So if it's in the air and it sits on your mask, you want to be able to throw away the mask. So this protects your N95 so you can wear it longer. So you would slip this on, put this here, and then make sure that it's covering every area, and then at least you can use your mask for a longer period of time. So that's why we do it like this, but it does cause all that breakdown, and it can be difficult to breathe at times. You're just like, but you get used to it. All day long, unfortunately, you're breathing like this, and then you're rebreathing the air that you breathe out a lot of times, so that what would end up happening is the CO2 or carbon dioxide that you breathe out, you keep inside. So at first you get a little bit of like a rush, and then it goes away, and you get used to it.
It's been mandatory N95 masks during your whole work time, 12 hours wearing the mask. Difficult to breathe in the mask. I mean, daily we're getting headaches. Around 2 o'clock I get a headache daily. It's just standard. So you have to go outside and get some air, you know, because it's important. You get a headache, you get tired faster, and then at the end of the day, you're still taking care of somebody. You're still giving them a very important medicine that they need, something you really have to pay attention to the calculation. And so if you're tired and you have a headache, you might get careless, and it's dangerous. And so I think that's one of the biggest things that scares me about the pandemic and nurses in general, is that, you know, we get tired and we have these headaches, and it's just taxing on us, is really what it is like now. That way it doesn't pick up the disease from the soil. One of the things that has stood out is that some people are willing to go ahead and jump in and be part of it, and some people are afraid. And it's okay to be afraid, you know. Some people have pre-existing conditions, they don't want to, you know, get the disease. But then you do see some people who roll up their sleeves and say, I'm going to take this head on. You know, we've got people to take care of. That's what we became nurses for. That's what we're going to do. And I'm proud of those people, and I'm proud to consider myself one of those people. You know, I don't run away from sick people. That's why I became a nurse. You know, as long as I can have my protections, my personal protective equipment, I'll be there with that person. You know, if they're sick, they need us. Because it's always fulfilling to have somebody thank you at the end of the day for the work that you've done. I'm getting paid regardless, you know, whether there's no patients there or there's a really sick patient. But what feels good is when they say thank you for helping me, or, you know, in extreme cases, thank you for saving my life.
The thing I've learned from the different trials that we've gone through with COVID and this year, 2020, is that you can flourish in adversity, and I've seen a lot of people do it. Everybody says, oh, you gained 15 pounds, everybody's got the COVID-15, and no, I've lost 7 pounds. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying, I'm exercising, I tried to rearrange the garage to make it into a workout area. I mean, it's losing the battle right now again, but you try, you know? We've been on Zoom calls and had Zoom parties, and at work we do WebExes and Zooms instead of having our meetings together, and we still are able to operate, and we are still able to do well with what's going on. So that's the one thing, flourishing in adversity. We had a Zoom meeting with a lot of Black healthcare workers just to discuss some of the stuff that we've seen at work, and it was kind of concerning. Not kinda, it was very concerning, because it was like anti-Blackness stuff that you saw, and it was nice to have that camaraderie and come together and have that discussion, and then be able to really share ideas and then come up with that letter together. Certain aspects of it are a little bit strong for some people, so that's why we didn't end up publishing it. But it was even just saying it and getting that out there and getting our feelings out there and being heard. It's nice. It was good. So I'm realizing that myself. Like, I had family issues. Like, a lot of my people in my family are Trump supporters. I shouldn't say a lot. There are a few people in my family that are Trump supporters, and they still don't understand the protests and demonstrations. And I've heard it, how would you say, compared to basically being like they've demonized it, and said we need God in this, and that they're all wrong. And I do see where there is wrong, but I also see where it is necessary, and where those demonstrations are necessary. So, yeah, Black Lives Matter to a point. That's what it is. If you want all lives to matter, then you need all lives to matter, and Black lives need to matter. And it's just been a lot of discussions, a lot of discussions. Because I've even had someone come to me and be like, well, what about my life? Like someone in ICU, and I was like, your life matters, of course it does. She's like, well, I'm brown, and I don't understand why I'm not including it in Black Lives Matter. And I was like, the whole fact that if the least needs to matter, which we know, everyone knows it, like even like in Latinx communities, like if you're Black, it's like, you know, like everyone has like, that's less than, or it's, oh, they're brown, morenito, like, you know, like that's what it is. So if those lives matter, then all lives will matter, and that's the whole point of the whole thing. So, but it's been really good to get conversation going with everyone. It happens in every community of color, from Filipinos, I had conversations with them in ICU, to like the to Latinx spaces, to all different types of spaces. Even within the white community, it happens. Like there's white supremacy there, and they see it, right? Like, unfortunately, they refer to certain uneducated or poor white people as white trash, and then there's this whole staging or classist system that appears, and it's like that's part of the whole process and part of the whole issue. So I don't see why everyone should feel excluded by that statement, because once Black Lives Matter, then all lives will matter. So.
My name is Shaquita Sargent, and I'm the founder and artistic director of Gravity Dance Company, a performing arts center and dance studio in Long Beach, California. We offer dance lessons in ballet, jazz, tap, lyrical, contemporary, hip-hop, and other art forms to students ages 2 and up from all walks of life. I have a firm belief in bridging the arts with everyday life, and I teach each and every one of my students that what they learn within the studio stems well beyond the walls of the classroom. We've been featured on Dance Moms, we've been in music videos, TV shows, and commercials, and I'm honored to be here part of the SELA Arts Festival. This next piece is I'm Not Okay, choreographed by myself and Shabron Easter. This is a piece dedicated to the issues facing a lot of Black families in America, with women being so worried about the men in their life. We hope you enjoy.
Sick to my stomach, 4 in the morning, I can't sleep. In another city, worry about where you may be. Feels like I've been here, stressing the things that I can't see. Where do you go? What do you do without me? Without me, I'm not okay, I'm not okay, I'm not okay, no, I'm not okay, I'm not okay, no, I'm not okay, I'm not okay. Losing my faith, I'm losing my faith, slipping away, you're slipping away. I'm not okay, no, I'm not okay, I'm not okay. All I want, take me home, hold me close, please don't let me go. I don't know, can you call from wherever you are? I swear I feel you, hold me tight, makes me cry, 'cause you're so far, here we are, here we are. I'm not okay, I'm not okay, I'm not okay, no, I'm not okay. I'm not okay, no, I'm not okay, I'm not okay. Losing my faith, I'm losing my faith, slipping away, you're slipping away. I'm not okay, no, I'm not okay, I'm not okay.
Hi, we're from Gravity Dance Company. My name is Taylor Hardwick.
My name is Kamaya Tucker.
And we're performing Never Enough.
I'm trying to hold my breath, let it stay this way. Can't let this moment end. You set off a dream in me, getting louder now. Can you hear it echoing? Take my hand, will you share this with me? 'Cause darling, without you, all the shine of 1,000 spotlights, all the stars we steal from the night sky,
The Monster Game. Good. A dice. For the eyes. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For the nose. Ready? 3 noses. 3 nez. 1, 2, 3. Then for the mouse. Ready? 2. 1, 2. Good. And now for the ears. Ready? 2. 5 ears. 5 ears. Wow, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we are going to draw the arm. Baha. Ready? 5 arms. Wow. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. And now we are going to draw the legs. Ready? 6. Wow. 6 legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now for the hair. 1, 2, little. 3, 4, like that. 5, 6, a lot. 1, 2, 3, 2, a little hair. And you've got your monster. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye, bye bye.
Hola, nosotros somos las divas de Latinas Art Foundation. Nosotros hoy vamos a interpretar para ustedes, a bailar para ustedes, Jalisco, La Madrugada, con mis compañeras Noemí, Miriam y Alma y Lourdes, a sus órdenes y espero que les guste.
Era de madrugada cuando te empecé a querer, un beso a la medianoche y el otro al amanecer. noche y el otro al amanecer. Era de madrugada cuando te empecé a querer. Un beso a la medianoche y el otro al amanecer. Todita la noche anduve rodeando tu catalito, a ver si te podía ver por algún agujerito. Todita la noche anduve rondando tu catalito, a ver si te podía ver por algún agujerito. Todita la noche anduve rondando tu catalito. A ver si te podía ver por algún agujerito.
...2020 in particular has been such a difficult year for, I think, our country as a whole, but specifically Southeast LA cities and Cudahy. With the fuel dump, with now coronavirus also affecting our communities, I think now is the time to, there's nothing left to lose. Our people lost their jobs, our people lost their health care, their benefits if they lost their jobs and they had any benefits to begin with. And so at this point, there's nothing left to lose. It's time to get involved. Specifically, people that have not been represented in our levels of government need to be running for office. Those of us that can't need to be supporting those good people that are running for office, and we need to make sure that the changes happen now. I was nominated to be mayor in January, and so since January of 2020 to now, obviously 2020 has given us plenty of surprises. In Cudahy, first the jet fuel from Delta, and then obviously coronavirus has hit us pretty hard between March and today. And so as a city, we've tried to react in a way that's supportive of our community. We've had food distributions, pet food distributions, diaper and baby goods distributions as well. But I think what's also important is that our community, a lot of us are essential workers. In my household, I'm actually the only one that's not essential. Everyone else works at a grocery store or restaurant. And so they've still gone out to work and thankfully have not come back with the virus. But my family's one of the lucky ones. There have been an increase in infection rates in Cudahy and the entire southeast area. A lot of us think because it's largely essential workers. And so people going to work, coming back to their families, again, recognizing we're working class, so there's 2-3 families in a household, sometimes 5 to 15 people, and obviously those infection rates just keep growing. And so recognizing the, I guess, elements that we were faced with before in terms of housing affordability, access to care, healthcare specifically, but also access to good wages, and having just the money disposable to, if you were infected, go pay for a hotel room. It does not exist in our community. And I think that is also affecting the high infection rates here in Cudahy and in Southeast LA. We see them growing. And when it was first happening, in terms of coronavirus coming to the United States, we saw the numbers growing in West LA, in the higher income areas. But we also know that that's where tests were available. And so here, the first, I would say, month, we had less than 5 cases. But again, we know people were sick. They didn't know how to get tested. They didn't know it was coronavirus. And so now, even though our numbers were lower in the beginning, we just don't know enough to really tell our people that they weren't affected in the beginning. Now that things are open again, we're seeing that our community is vastly more affected. But now testing is also closing down, care is closing down, and then we're opening up all the restaurants, the stores that our people work in, which I think frankly doesn't make sense to communities like ours. So on January 7th, I was appointed mayor by our council, and then a week later, exactly on January 14th, Delta dumped fuel on our city, specifically affecting Park Avenue Elementary School, right next to City Hall, moving towards Southgate, Inglewood, and different communities as well. But that happened in the late morning, early afternoon. I was still at work when I got the first call from an LA Times reporter asking me about what happened and how I felt about the Delta fuel dump. Obviously, it was a shock. It was about 2 minutes after it happened. So I called up my staff and asked them, A, what happened, B, how did it happen, and then is anyone, unfortunately, dead. After talking to our staff, that's when I figured out what initially happened. I called my boss and said, I'm leaving, something happened in my city, and I drove over to Cudahy. I was in East LA, so it was a 10-15 minute drive. And I was in Cudahy at that point, started seeing the sheriffs, the paramedics, everyone that was trying to aid the kids on site, and our staff that had been actually dumped on as well, and started figuring out the moving pieces, what it means for our community to, again, not have access to healthcare and have to need the healthcare because their eyes were itching, their skin had rashes. The kids ended up going home vomiting and with diarrhea, obviously really severe effects. After the Delta fuel dump, we were still getting stories of kids whose eyes were getting swollen, they were still itchy, their skin was still getting rashes, they still had diarrhea, etc. And so one of my first points was Delta had to actually speak to the families that were directly affected, had to see them face to face. And they pushed back, but we got them to come to a town hall that first week, actually within a few days, show up to a town hall, listen to everyone, and hold themselves accountable and have that first step be facing the people and hearing directly from them. They dumped fuel on them and they were still trying to avoid them, not even apologizing to them for what happened. Obviously, our community was dumped on. Our community, the kids were still left with, whenever a plane flew by overhead, they were ducking because they were scared of what could happen. The parents had to throw away their oranges, their backyard vegetables, etc. People that didn't know and kept eating the vegetables also had to be warned to go to a doctor. And then not only that, but when we pushed as a city and as a mayor to push for them to pay for healthcare and consultations at the local Ultimed, unfortunately the family still got the bill. And they had to call back and make sure that they didn't need to pay, that Delta was going to pay. It ended up being just a huge, I think, a growth in distrust in what was happening in our city. I always describe it as like the worst kind of poetry. It's almost poetic because it's cyclical in our communities. It happens once and then we try to solve that situation, but it's just a band-aid, and so then we're affected by something else. And so I think the environmental justice part of this just keeps coming back to us, where there's situations like the 710. We live right next to it and we're used to it, so we don't fight it. But then there's also the expansion of the 710 coming to us, and how are people going to be presented with that and acknowledge that we're not getting any benefits from it. Our people are not getting directly hired. Our people are not seeing positive environmental benefits from it. We're just seeing we're just seeing our people being negatively impacted over and over again with zero repercussions toward the people that do this to us. And then also zero accountability or even mechanisms to hold them accountable. And at this point, it sometimes feels like there's nothing left to do other than find our own way to fight instead of using the mechanisms that were built for us to supposedly utilize to fight. It's frankly unprecedented times, and unprecedented times call for unprecedented resolutions. And so I think that, with that being said, that's when we look at our police budget. That's when we look at our community programs, what community development looks like, what housing looks like, and we revisit those policies so that it actually acts for the future versus the traditions that are clearly not working. We don't gain revenue from policing services, and frankly we shouldn't, because that would just mean more fines and more detentions, etc. But we don't use that same reasoning to cut other programs, so why are we cutting community programs? And I think that specifically defunding the police means just that. It means lowering the police budget, in our case sheriffs, and then funding community programs instead that are beneficial to community, looking at different public safety initiatives. And so in Cudahy we did lower the police budget by 12%. specifically to allocate to community programs. That's for the council to decide in the future, hear from community on what they want to see for these programs. But I think that the council was tired of it. Why are we cutting programs if it's not supporting our community? Our sheriffs were asking for a 5.4 cost of living increase when we recognize that our community is not going to see that. And frankly, we'll be lucky if a lot of our people ever see that sort of increase. But our people lost their jobs, and we should not be standing for just this one subset of people never getting funding cuts, never losing any or sacrificing anything, despite our community at large consistently having to do that. I think that now's the time for folks to get involved. Talk to your friends about what interests you. You don't have to be a politician or sit on a government agency board in order to make the change happen. I think that now's the time. Again, we don't have anything to lose, and so it's a time to hold that space. I think following the lead of young people has been really helpful in the Southeast cities. We're seeing young people from all across the Southeast cities really stand up for what they believe in, and I think that that's the lead we need to follow now.
Our next featured artist is Jasmine America Romero. She was raised in a small town in Kansas and brought to California at the age of 13. She is currently 18 years old and has recently graduated from Linda Esperanza Marquez High School in Huntington Park as a part of the class of 2020. She enjoys writing poetry and singing music as a way to show others that every fear can be conquered. Regardless of how difficult it may be or how traumatic it is, every person just needs to have the power to believe in themselves.
Hi, my first poem is titled America. My name is Jasmine America Romero. Emphasis on America, because that's my preferred nickname. Why my parents chose this name, I have no idea. I was raised in a country that has known all kinds of power, including money, but I personally never knew the power of money because I was always in the lower class. My mom would work her ass off at work from morning till night, making sure I had food to eat and clothes to cover my back. My dad, he couldn't do much. He had no citizenship or residency, so he was a stay-at-home dad. Kind of weird because we usually hear the term stay-at-home mom, but that's besides the point. Although I didn't understand the power of money, I understood that in order to have everything you needed money. That the country I lived in would help my family do that. But then problems started. I was 7 years old and my dad got deported. 7 years old, and instead of helping this country sent me down the drain. My mother had no money whatsoever. She struggled to get food and clothes. She struggled to keep me happy. And she struggled to keep my brother, at 1 year old, safe. 7 years old, and this country separated my family by a border. With all this despair and no uprising, I fell into depression. Imagine, a 7-year-old falling into depression as if it was a hole that I dug out of sand at the beach. So deep that every time I tried to climb out, the sand would weaken under me and pull me back in. It was hopeless. And my country did nothing to help me. Now I'm 18 years old, recovering from that traumatic experience and realizing this country is not as great as Wall Street makes us out to be. Yet, yes, we are rich and powerful, but power comes from violence. How many wars did the U.S. have to go through before we got this power? How many people did this country enslave in order to come out on top? And now, how many broken promises have we made before we realized we were desperate? We were so desperate that we needed an uprising. Now we walk the streets and chant Black Lives Matter because our Constitution stated all men were created equal. But instead we notice that we aren't. This place we think that is amazing thinks that because we are different colored, we are outsiders. Well, newsflash, America, I am American, and I shout I can't breathe because although I am not dark-skinned, I am fair. My people, as well as others, have been discouraged for far too long. This is the United States of America, and I have never been more ashamed of my name than I am now. I can't breathe, America, because this hostility that you bear towards people of color is drowning me in a sea of never-ending waves. I have fallen under this current. Help me. I yell, but no one comes. I once thought this country was the best. It's given me opportunities that I never thought I could have. Now it's disgrace. I'd rather stay under the current of the sea instead of stare at the eyes of whites, filled with guilty pleasure.
guaraches de los más corrientes. Las suelas de llanta le iban a una Chevy. Un cinto piteado, dice Beto Rosela. Brocha en la derecha y paleta en la izquierda. Siempre anda pintando las paredes de SELA.
Bienvenidos al Gusto de Pintar con Beto Rosela, en vivo y en directo desde el sureste de Los Ángeles, California, para todo el mundo. Vámonos recio. Hoy vamos a pintar el río de Los Ángeles y les voy a enseñar los colores que vamos a empezar a usar hoy. Entonces vamos a empezar. Aquí tenemos el gabacho white, también tenemos el elotero hielo, el hot Cheetos orange, tomatero rojo para toda mi raza de Sinaloa. También aquí sigue el paisa brown y al último, pero más importante, el black power. ¿Listos? Acompáñenme. Ok, vamos a empezar acá arriba. Vamos a empezar con el sky. Vamos a usar un color amarillo. Vamos a agarrar el amarillo con poquito naranja. Pero vamos a empezar muy light. Porque si empezamos ya con un color muy oscuro, es muy difícil regresar a la pintura. Entonces tenemos aquí el poquito naranja. Vamos a agarrar también poquita agua. Y con poquita agua le vamos a repartir. Es mejor si damos una pasada de lado a lado. Así todo así. Una vez nada más. Para que nos quede más parejo. Se va a empezar a emparejar. Y recuerden, esta pintura es de ustedes. Entonces, como ustedes quieran pintar, el solecito acá atrás está bien. Entonces aquí vamos a rellenar un poco amarillo. Está bien si se nos queda un poco del blanco aquí, porque eso van a aparecer nubes ya que vamos acabando. Y entonces aquí está listo ya. Próximamente vamos a seguir con el hot Cheetos orange y vamos a hacer las montañas. Entonces vamos a empezar como a un cuarto aquí arriba, y desde abajo para arriba, haciendo las montañas más altas, y ahí está. Ya que tenemos la línea de arriba, vamos a pintar la línea de abajo para darnos una buena idea en dónde va a acabar los hot Cheetos aquí de la montaña, ¿verdad? Ya que tenemos las líneas, usen poquita agua, no se les olvide, para que la pintura nos fluya. Entonces aquí vamos a pintar con el naranja y embárrenlo bien, sin miedo, no tengan miedo. No pasa nada, dice Bob Ross, no pasa nada. Miren, lo vamos a llenar. Y estas son montañas, si tienen poquita textura está bien. Y listo. También de una vez que estamos aquí, si quieren pintar los lados, a mí me gusta pintar los lados en mis pinturas. Ya ven, miren, se mira más bonito ya que está acabado. Y vamos a darle una última pasada para que quede la línea bien definida. Y listo, ¿verdad? Ahí estamos ahí con las montañas, ¿verdad? Y ahora vamos a seguir aquí con el tomatero red. He mezclado poquito el negro para hacerlo un poquito más duro nada más, un poquito más oscuro. Lo vamos a mezclar un poco con la misma brocha. Ya que está mojado, vamos a venir y este va a ser la ciudad. O podemos pintar también aquí poquito agua. Vamos a empezar aquí con el río de una vez, que tenemos aquí este color oscuro. Miren nada más, qué bonito. Pinten un triángulo, así, y lo vamos a rellenar. Y si están viendo, ya tenemos 3 colores aquí en la pintura, que nos está ayudando a definir qué tan lejos en la perspectiva estamos quedando, ¿verdad? Entonces aquí está el río, listo. Con este mismo oscuro también vamos a agarrar y vamos a pintar aquí unas esquinitas aquí que va a venir. Y ahorita van a mirar qué va a ser esto. Aquí nada más leve. tranquilo, despacito, ¿verdad? Llénenlo bien, sin miedo, aplástenle. Entonces este va a ser parte del río también. Y vamos a seguir con la ciudad. Vamos a agarrar poquito del café, con poquito del negro, Paisa Brown con Black Power, bien unidos. Ahí está, poquita agua, para agarrar una poquita textura aquí. Y así, con poquita agua, bien oscuro, vamos a venir y vamos a pintar la ciudad. Así nada más, sin miedo. Aquí no va a haber brochas, aquí nada más pasando la brocha arriba, por abajo, dándole la textura de la brocha. Vamos a agarrar poquito más, poquita agua, para que no se nos seque. Es más fácil pintar cuando está un poco más mojado, ¿verdad? Miren cómo está quedando, qué bonito. Wow. Beautiful, dicen mis amigos ahí. Ok. Creo que la banda se fue al break ahorita. Mis vecinos ahí tienen banda. No sé si escucharon. Me invitaron a la fiesta, pero ahorita voy a llegar. Tienen carnitas ahorita. Ya me está dando hambre. Ok. Ahí viene, miren, esta es la ciudad. ¿Ya vieron? Miren. Facilito, facilito. Con ganas, con ganas. Ahí está, para que quede la textura, ya ven, no muy bien pintado. Aquí va así a la brava, así. Zas, y ya está, y zas. Y ahí ya quedó la ciudad. Ahora vamos a limpiar la brocha, porque vamos a usar el anaranjado para pintar aquí en el espacio que nos queda. Entonces limpiamos aquí la brocha con poquita agua. Regresamos, ¿verdad? Ahí está. Listos, vamos a agarrar el Hachiros Orange, pero lo vamos a mezclar con el blanco, para que con el amarillo y poquito blanco, ¿verdad? Como dije, para que nos quede un poquito más claro que las montañas. Ahí va, y denle poquita agua para que resbale. Y ahí está, ok, vamos a pintar el amarillo, miren. Nomás rellenando poquito claro, ahí hasta donde llega. Vamos a pintar todo sin miedo. Miren, todavía tenemos la misma brocha. Y aquí vamos a llenar el naranjado. Miren qué bonito está quedando, ¿ya vieron? Ya están viendo ahora sí ya la pintura, ¿verdad? De primero no se mira, pero ya que vamos poniendo colores y colores, ya se empieza a mirar más o menos la vista, lo que va a ser el río de Los Ángeles. Si han ido al río, ustedes ya conocen, ¿verdad? Entonces, aquí vamos a pintar aquí sólido, una línea sólida, ¿verdad? Para que nos quede bien marcado. Y aquí también le vamos a dar aquí, que nos quede bien marcadito. Y lo demás ya nos queda lo fácil, ¿verdad? Cuidado con el café, para que no vayan a manchar mucho ahí, como manché yo. Pero recuerden que no hay accidentes. Aquí no hay accidentes, aquí nomás hay happy little accidents, ¿verdad? Y aquí lo rellenamos con el naranja. Ya están mirando cómo nos está quedando aquí el piso. Este va a ser el piso del río. Aquí, miren. Aquí se acuerdan cuando vamos aquí, el año pasado ahí estuvimos en el SELA Arts Fest, aquí mero, si se acuerdan. Si nos acompañaron, ahí andábamos. Aquí mero, miren. Ok, bien. Y listo. Y ahí está, listo con el anaranjado. ¿Cómo va el de ustedes? ¿Les queda bien? ¿Va bien? Ok, listo. Me gusta, ¿verdad? Aquí no, aquí todo va a salir bien, todo va a salir bien. Espérense, ya que terminamos, todo se va a mirar bien bonito.
Paloma Montoya was born in Los Angeles and raised in the city of Southgate, California by her Colombian-born mother and maternal grandmother. Her artwork has been displayed in several cities throughout Los Angeles and Long Beach, California. Her style is reflective of old-school vintage cartoons and inspired by street art and graffiti. She was inspired by traditional surrealists like Frida Kahlo and Salvador Dali at a young age. Growing up, as soon as she became more exposed to other styles of surrealism, like pop surrealism, she found the style that spoke to her the most. The cartoony, bright-colored, weird style of pop surrealism captured her message more appropriately. Her art explores subject matter having to do with being a woman of color, and she explores themes of female sexuality, eroticism, love, solitude, and independence.
Welcome back, guys. Edgar Rose here. Hope you've enjoyed Olivia Open Mic, the vendors, Beto Roselas, the gallery, and all the performers we've had on. Again, we are Mother Rose, and this song that we're about to play for you guys is called When I Was a Little Younger. Take it away, Snoopy. 1, 2, 3, go!
When I was a little young, my dad taught me to hold my head up. He taught me to walk these streets with gusto, with gumption. Now I'm a little older, I'm buzz drunk, got no one to shoulder. Singing to myself every night, every morning. Beckons me, oh, I wanna crawl away now into the safety of my mind and my insanity, where nobody will confide in me, baby. No one will notice when I get over in there, get over. I'm never gonna win the fight. No one will notice when I get over in there, get over in that. Finally go, will you tell about my glories? 'Cause I tried my best to be calm, man, in all my story. When I was a little younger, you taught me to hold my head up. You taught me to walk these streets with gusto, with caution. And now you're gone and I'm all alone, yeah. My family done run out on me, 'cause everyone will either die on me or lose faith in me. No one will notice Thank you, y'all.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Hope you guys enjoy that. This is one of our old classic favorites that we all enjoy playing. It's called Passerby. We hope you enjoy it. And thank you again for being here with us at the SELA Fest 2020.
We're all the same, we all pass on by. It's like we're nothing as time goes by. We slowly fade away, just like we're nothing. Thank you, everybody. I was passerby. Ooh, this next song. This next song's called A Better Man. It's rock out, guys.
If you haven't checked it out, we do have an album out. You could hear A Better Man there with a lot of other great songs we have there. Check it out, motherrosemusic.com or anywhere, social media, Mother Rose Music.
Yeah, and the album is called The Men in All My Stories.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
I want to say thank you once again, SELA Arts Festival.
Another drink, man. I wanna lose control. Just one more drink and I'll be fine. I wanna lose control. I wanna help inside. I wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. I wanna help. Show me something I've never believed in. I wanna know I think that this life is fucking real. I can't hold on to anything anymore. It's all I'm done. Never again, never again. No. All I want is to sink and feel nothing at all.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, SELA Art Fest. We're Mother Rose. Hope you guys enjoyed the event. Thanks to everybody who performed. Thanks to all the vendors. Everything. This was awesome. Thanks for having us. We had a blast. Guys, anything you want to say, David?
So right now I just want to say thank you, man, to the crew that was part of it, the team, so it was pretty awesome, We enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it too. You know what? Keep checking out the event. Go check out everybody else. Thank you.
Before we leave, real quick, got David Hernandez on guitar, or the rhythm guitar. Give him applause right there. Woo! We got Snoopy Harrison on drums back here. Great boy right there. We got Willie Rivas on vocals. Give it up to him. I am Edgar Rose, bass player. And our lead guitarist, our beautiful, sexy Ian Rivas. Thank you guys for having us again. We are Mother Rose. Good night.
Peace.
Tonight's festival wouldn't be possible without the support of our partners and our sponsors. City of Southgate, 1st District LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis, Anahuac Youth Sports Association, Port of Long Beach, Resources Legacy Fund, AARP, Southern California Edison, California Medical Association, Strategies 360, Rivers and Mountains Conservancy, and the California Cable and Telecommunication Association.
Hi everyone, this is Cynthia Cortez from the SELA Collaborative. Census 2020 is here. Come listen to some of our community members explain why you should complete your census form.
Hello everyone, my name is Yadira Montano. I'm a rising junior at the School of Social Justice. I currently live in Huntington Park and I am super passionate about politics. As we all know, the census is coming up and I cannot stress enough the importance for you to fill out your census form. Not only does the census ensure that there's an adequate amount of representation for our state in the House of Representatives, it ensures the necessary funding for our schools, hospitals, police departments, and many more. So please make sure to fill out the census form this year, and don't worry, the census is supposed to help you and your community. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Kostapalia. I am the owner of KLS Threading. We provide service eyelash extension, facial, threading, waxing, henna tattoo, and much more. We've been here 7 years. It is time for Census 2020 again. The census data is not just for you, it's for all the people residing in the community. With the help of census data, community can take advantage of the service that are available.
Hello SELA community, my name is Ryan, but more people call me Sneaky, and I called Huntington Park my home for 31 years. Sneaky Entertainment Consulting is a community-based entertainment company that seeks to create a sustainable economy for artists and creatives in the Southeast LA region. Census 2020 is super important for our community because the numbers directly connect to how we get funding for education and healthcare. I would love for everybody in the Southeast LA region to make sure that they're counted and heard and visible and that their voice can be heard when we need to get resources for our communities, plan our cities, and find out who's really living here and what they need. So please fill out the census and have a great day. Thank you.
Hey, SELA community. My name is Juan Garcia, and I've lived and worked in the Maywood area for about 16 to 20 years. I currently work in Gallo Printing, which is a print shop here in Maywood. Census 2020 is important for our region. Now, do we have enough resources for our families? Do you know that it's connected to funding for community services such as healthcare, education, and such other things? If we wanted to do our part to get the resources we need, we all have to participate in the Census 2020. Remember, your information is private and confidential. There's no citizenship questions. Wait for us to make sure that we are visible, counted. The community also needs to receive the resources we deserve. The children need to be counted and have the resources they need to grow healthy for the next 10 years.
Hi, my name's Ray. I'm the owner at Cultivarte Studios, a business that primarily focuses on picture framing and screen printing. My artistic outlet started since I migrated into the US. At the age of 9, I remember drawing Power Rangers and selling those to my classmates for a few dollars. After that, I didn't really have an outlet for my creativity, so I ended up getting into graffiti, which led me to the wrong place. After that, during high school, my creativity took a big hit, and I didn't really participate in the arts during high school. After graduation, I remember working a lot of odd jobs until one of my best friends, Miguel, called me and he said, you know, we have a framing job here at the company that I'm working with. So I decided to take the opportunity, and that's how I got started in the framing business. I started talking to a couple of my coworkers as I've always been inspired by entrepreneurship. After a couple of conversations and a few ideas, one of my coworkers and I decided to take on the challenge, and we started to rent this small space out here in East LA. After working there at the company for a couple of years, I knew they no longer wanted to invest in me. After advocating for health insurance rights for one of my coworkers, they started treating me differently. Soon after that, I got into an argument with my boss. At that point, I was already renting the small space out here in East LA, and that's when I decided to quit my job and dedicate myself full-time into my own space.
Mi nombre es Norma Soto, soy mamá de Rey Sepúlveda y les voy a hablar un poquito sobre la trayectoria de mi hijo. Yo pienso que cuando él decidió abrir su negocio, yo pienso que primero fue la necesidad de no ser abusado en un trabajo, principalmente, porque él estaba siendo abusado verbalmente por un supervisor. Entonces yo pienso que él tomó la decisión de abrir su negocio e irse de esa compañía, abrirse un futuro mejor donde él fuera su propio patrón, donde no tuviera que sufrir humillaciones, maltratos. Entonces yo pienso que él se enfocó sin dinero él se fue a abrir ese negocio. Él tenía, no sé si 500 o 600 dólares, no sé realmente cómo fue que él empezó, y ya tiene varios años con ese negocio, pero yo pienso que la inspiración principal de él fue salir adelante por él mismo, no depender de una compañía, no depender de un patrón, no depender de un salario mínimo. Y yo pienso que la inspiración de él fue el querer salir adelante por él mismo.
Yeah, the goal of opening my business was to gain independence. After being here a couple of years and making picture frames and learning some digital photography, I wanted to make t-shirts. That had always been one of my passions ever since I was 15. I always took classes that helped me put my story out there. What I really think I was trying to do was to express myself through art. In the last 2 years, I've been really focused on Cultivarte Studios and opening a website and being able to sell my shirts online. The goal has always been to have my own brand. We create our own messages, produce our own screen prints, and share them with the world. Recently, I had the privilege of going back to school and earning my bachelor's degree. There, I met one of my first business professors and mentor, Dr. Terry Horton. She put it into perspective for me when she saw my clothing. She said that my clothing represents a lot of folks who can't speak up for themselves, and I really took that to heart. The messages that we put in our art and what we put out there is to start narratives and to shine a light on different struggles. Specifically, I like to share my struggles. So in my work, you see a lot of immigration images, you see a lot of resistance, and you see a lot of fight. I have a line called Mi Mamá Dice, with shirts that say things like Échale ganas, Ponte las pilas, always grinding, you know, because my mom has always been an inspiration in my work. So all the work that I do, all the time that I put in is to validate her struggles. So for me to be able to go back to school, graduate, and give her my degree for her birthday was really to honor her sacrifice.
El año pasado yo fui a México y me hicieron una pregunta. A mí me dijeron, ¿ha valido la pena haberte ido a Estados Unidos y dejar tu familia en México? Dejar de ver a mi padre por 28 años, imagínate. Entonces, mi respuesta fue, sí, ha valido la pena. He trabajado mucho, he dejado mi espalda aquí porque ya todo me duele a este punto, ¿verdad? He trabajado mucho, he luchado mucho, pero ha valido la pena tan solo por la forma de vida que han tenido mis hijos y por la educación que han tenido ellos. Entonces, a mí no me importa volver a vivir otra vez lo mismo si mis hijos van a hacer lo que hoy en día son. ¿Ves? Entonces, todos los sacrificios que tú haces quedan atrás cuando ves a tus hijos que son profesionales, que son a tus hijos queriendo salir adelante. Entonces, yo pienso que ahí se le olvida a uno todo lo que uno sufrió. Entonces, al mirar las sonrisas y los títulos cuando ellos vienen y te los entregan y decir, mami, tenga, es suyo. Y decir yo, Dios mío, ¿qué es lo que yo he hecho? Pero ya para finalizar, yo quisiera decirte que ningún ser humano sobre la faz de la tierra es ilegal. Ningún ser humano. Todos merecemos vivir con respeto, ser respetados y de una manera digna. Y para los jóvenes, yo lo que quisiera decirles es que sueñen, que luchen y se preparen para que alcancen sus sueños, no importa de dónde vengan. Lo importante es a dónde van o a dónde quieren ir. Y yo para todos los jóvenes, especialmente para todos los jóvenes soñadores, yo les deseo de que su vida vaya mejor y que todos el día de mañana podamos decir, todos los padres, y sentirnos orgullosos como yo me siento hoy, de tener unos hijos profesionistas o no simplemente profesionistas, hijos que viven una vida bien, mejor que la que los padres vivimos, que nosotros venimos a este país a trabajar y a aportar nuestras vidas, aportar nuestra juventud. Nuestro trabajo se queda en este país por años. Yo por lo menos por 28 años duré trabajando en este país, pagando mis impuestos, sin recibir asistencia social de ninguna forma. Yo me dediqué a trabajar yo y a sacar adelante a mis hijos, para que mis hijos tuvieran mejores oportunidades, para que mis hijos merecieran un futuro mejor. Entonces, a todos los padres que vinieron igual que yo y que no han tenido la dicha de todavía tener una residencia legal en este país, yo deseo para todos ellos que las leyes cambien y que habemos gente que tenemos en este país por 20, 30 años sin oportunidades, trabajando por salarios mínimos, siendo denigrados en nuestros trabajos, siendo humillados, pisoteados y teniendo que aguantar para darles un mejor futuro a los hijos. Y yo quisiera que los hijos aprovecharan todos los sacrificios de los padres, no solamente de mí, de tantos millones de padres que estamos aquí, y que aprovechen los hijos para que al final del día puedan los hijos darle una mejor vida a sus padres cuando ellos ya estén en la edad que ya no puedan trabajar y que no se pueda recibir ayuda de ningún tipo. Entonces yo deseo lo mejor para todos los jóvenes, para los soñadores, para las familias hispanas. Ojalá que las leyes cambiaran y se mejoraran, y mejoraran por lo menos para que podamos vivir una vejez un poquito más tranquila.
Hi, my name is Lynette Lopez, and today I'm going to be performing a contemporary piece for you by the name of Feel.
my name is Emilia, and today we're going to be dancing Toro Mambo. ¡Que vive México! ¡Que viva! I was itchy the whole entire time.
I think community is huge, whether it be a community simply at home with the neighbors on the same block, or citywide, or a couple cities just like SELA. But to me, community and just helping others has always been an integral part of who I am and yeah, just who I am. Throughout teaching, I think I really developed this passion to want to be there, to want to find the better versions or help other people become a better version of themselves. Yet the reason why I ended up running for council for here in the city of Maywood. I am in my second year, first term, and definitely something I never envisioned myself or expected myself to do. Definitely coming from a ranchito in Zacatecas and growing up, and even then, even though I came here at a very young age, I always went back to Mexico. I've always felt part of this community. It's super welcoming. And there's just so many great individuals. To me, I've always seen SELA as the forgotten cities in LA. Like, estamos aventados, amontonados en un rinconcito, but it's an amazing rinconcito. It's rich in culture, it's rich in language, it's rich in foods. Así como en el rancho, it's like, good morning, buenos días, you know, cada mañana going to school. I feel the same way here, that we're just so willing to give a helping hand when needed, and just be community, just be unity. Definitely COVID has been impactful in so many different ways. I think a lot of the times we tend to see it as more negative than positive, and maybe it is more negative than positive. But for people who know me, I always like to look at the cup half full. I remember the last day of school, March 13th, I think it was, the principal had made the announcement, you know, we're going to be out for 2 weeks, go to your locker after school, get textbooks, whatever you're going to need. Your charger, all of our kiddos have a Chromebook, so make sure you take your chargers, you're going to need them. And I go into the hallway and I see all these kids like super happy. Yes, we're going to be out for 2 weeks, we're going to be out for 2 weeks. I'm super excited, I'm super happy, no school for 2 weeks. Yet I don't think anybody realized that those 2 weeks were going to turn into months and the entire semester and how drastic things have been. But if I really were to look back at March 13th as a teacher, as an educator, and how excited kids were, the value of education for a lot of these kids, I think for most of these kids, they've been able to find that value of education. They've been able to find the value of a school community. Because despite Zoom, despite virtual conversations, despite virtual lessons, and the one thing students kept telling me over and over again, from the 6th grader to the 12th grader, I miss school so much, and now I understand the value of education. To me, education has gotten me places I never imagined would have been possible without it. And it just warmed my heart when I was able to hear my kiddos say, I miss school so much. And not only because of my friends or because of lunch or my electives or, you know, the sports, but I realized how important education really is. And despite COVID hit, and there's been so many tragedies because of it, from people dying, from people losing their jobs, their homes, so forth and so on, it also brought in this wave of hope, this wave of realization that the little things are sometimes things that we don't value, and I saw it in my kiddos. I saw it in my students. I saw it in the education world. I saw it with classmates, with other teachers, with other coworkers. I think the future is unknown. It's uncertain, so many uncertainties. But I know in terms of at least us and LAUSD going back to school, it's still an ongoing conversation between those on the board, district officials, school leaders, parents, students. I think all stakeholders are really coming together to talk about how it might look like if we were to go back, and if it's even possible to even continue that conversation about we are going back with this, and this. I do hear a lot more parents saying, and even some teachers, it's no, we shouldn't go back yet. We're looking now this summer how COVID numbers have definitely increased from back in March, April, May. So definitely that increase is definitely no way of, or no sign of us having the possibility of even returning to school. I think it's just scary. I think it's just scary having to think about how much more vulnerable we are if we were to go back, for so many reasons. I mean, there's a lot of older teachers as well, but even the younger of us, I'm still young. Even the younger of us, it's if we are going to be okay, that doesn't mean that our family members, our home will be okay. Our abuelitas, our older tias, our older parents. It's definitely, at least personally, despite virtual learning and Zooming through sessions and one lesson and after the other and going to meetings virtually, I think I'd rather continue with that for this next semester, knowing that it's for the well-being of the community, of the most. think we need to worry a lot about our mental health. Our mental health is super important. If we are not well and in sync with each other, with ourselves, mentally, emotionally, and sometimes I think physically might even be the easiest to deal with. We're not alone in this. We're all going through this, something that's new and tough and challenges, but we're not alone. In one way or another, we're connected, we're intertwined. So to me, communication is key. We only move forward, we only come out of COVID, we only come out of whatever circumstance we are, if we're able to connect, if we're able to have conversations with each other. So don't be afraid of reaching out and asking for help. Stay inspired. It runs through my veins. Inspiration, I think, is something that connects us. I highly, deeply, religiously believe in one another, each other, inspiring each other to be better versions of ourselves. And share your story. Share your story, because somewhere, at some point, is listening, is watching, and if you're able to share your story, they're able to realize that they're not alone. Somebody might be able to connect with what I'm going through, and I might be able to connect with whatever somebody else is going through. Don't be afraid. Challenge yourself every day. And we already have tons of challenges, but keep challenging yourself for a better you, for a better community, for a better future, and just always wear your mask and live life and inspire.
We are the Jazz Angels, going to play a little tune by Eddie Harris called Cold Duck Time. Thank you. That featured Max Brighton Bucher Duff on the tenor saxophone, Jack James on the alto saxophone, and my co-director after 14 years, Albert Alva on the tenor saxophone. Next, we're going to play a tune by Cannonball Adderley called Sack of Woe. Thank you. That featured Xavier Mao on piano and Josh Woofter on the drums, myself, founder, director of Jazz Angels, Barry Kogert on the bass. We're going to do one more tune by Tito Puente, Oye Como Va. Thank you from the Jazz Angels.
Alejandro Chipecoal Juarez is a young activist, UCLA student, poet, and cultural Aztec dancer. He regularly hosts workshops titled Writing Rhymes and Freeing Minds in high schools, universities, and community spaces that teach how poetry and hip hop can be used as a tool to liberate yourself and others while creating positive change. His goal is to return to high school and become an ethnic studies teacher and later earn his doctorate degree to become a professor of ethnic studies and to continue to organize and better his community. Without further ado, welcome Alejandro.
How's it going, Southeast LA Arts Festival? My name is Alejandro, and I'm super excited to share some stories to do with you all today. So, we are streaming our stories today, right? And some of my poetry will interweave, right? Our histories, right? Our stories, not his story or hers, right? Their stories. It's our story, right? Today. So, I'm gonna start off quickly with a land acknowledgement, just because I want to recognize the space that I'm on right now, recognizing that this is Tongva territory, occupied territory, right, stolen land. And I start off with that because I'm going to be sharing some medicine and some ceremony with y'all, too, from my people, from the Nahua people, the Shika people. So this first poem that I'm going to share with you all is titled Tonantzin. And it's a poem dedicated to our mothers, right? Specifically, as well as Mother Earth, right? The land that we have, that we're walking across every single day. And I want to also, plug in that right now during COVID, a lot of us are really creating a lot of trash and not really making, we're forced to kind of, have a lot of disposable stuff. But I ask you to please, continue to make those smart choices when like using disposable or reusable items. So here it goes. We Tonantzin, Tonantzin, we Tonantzin. We Tonantzin, Tonantzin, we Tonantzin. Ipaemo ani olototatsin, tlasukamatli Tonantzin. Ipaemo ani olototatsin, tlasukamatli Tonantzin. Danza azteca es mi vida, aprender sabiduría. Soy danzante por amor y nunca se me olvida. Le doy las gracias a mi jefe que me dejó en cargo de su gente. Que orgulloso estará cuando estará en mi clan con los otros generales y el Tata Moctezuma con Cuauhtémoc a su lado. Soy Chipecoa, un guerrero de Aztlán. Vine a rezar y presentar a mi grupo Toyacán. Mis esencias son presentes, no me quiere el presidente porque soy un delincuente. We Tonantzin, Tonantzin, we Tonantzin. We Tonantzin, Tonantzin, we Tonantzin. My Mother Earth is very hurt, how she sees her seas and pains, like the blood inside my veins, tainted full of nasty things. Her eyes drop acid rain, it's the pollution in the air, gunpowder, ethanol, greenhouse gases kill us all. When I take a breath of air, my lungs die slowly, is that fair? That's all the smoke that makes me hurt. Sure, she just a rocket dirt that gives us life a night for sure. Time's wasted, never earned, I give thanks to Mother Earth. We Tonantzin, Tonantzin, we Tonantzin. We Tonantzin, Tonantzin, we Tonantzin. Ipaemo ani olototatsin, tlasukamatli Tonantzin. Ipaemoani olototatsin Tlasukamatlitonansin. Cause living this life is a beautiful prize given by God every morning and night. So better be grateful to all of those trees that give us wonderful air to breathe. Those cultures rocking where pieces are cotton, the paper writing with one decent trees. The ground to just step in the air that you breathe. The car you are driving, the food that you eat were produced by Mother Earth. You heard, so word to the birds. Nature's music in the herbs. Native music's what you heard. Thank you. So alongside with that poem being, a tribute to our women, to our powerful indigenous women, all sisters, right, and our Mother Earth, that we need to protect her. It's also a little story about our history, right, as a people. As you notice, the first poem, the first part was a song, right, in Nahuatl, which is the indigenous language of Central Mexico. And then the second part is in Spanish, right, the language that we learned, right. And then the third language is in English. So that process of that poem is basically the history, right, of indigenous people, of Latino people, right, of this land, right, how we went from learning our indigenous languages, whether it be, all the different variances that there is, to Spanish, to now English, right? So just paying homage to my ancestors, to the people that allowed me to be here in this step today, and allow me to tell my story and who I am today. So.
All right, we are streaming our stories tonight. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. We have so many more incredible messages out for all the SELA community. Next up, we have Pump Gato. Get ready because this artist is amazing. He is a hip-hop artist with a background in playing guitar, bass, and drums. He has lived in Southeast Los Angeles all of his life. Aside from being a musician, he is also an organizer and co-founder of SELA Hip Hop. That is right, SELA Hip Hop. Look it up. It serves as a platform for SELA artists. He is an advocate for self-love, self-development, empowerment, and individualism. He has gained a sense of power from being a rapper. It came to him in a moment in his life where he needed it. Hip-hop is not something that he is simply into. It's a part of his identity. Without further ado, give it up for Pump Gato.
Yo, what's up? Definitely what he said. But we're gonna start things off with, I'm gonna call out my homegirl Lariso to join me for the first song of the night, Let It Be Known. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah. Best believe I work for what I got. It ain't spontaneous when I'm combusting. G behind the scenes, I be constructing schemes. Grown, yeah, I'm locally known. Never seen switching up on those showing support. My glass is overflowing, think it's time to toast now. I got a spirit that could bring life to a ghost town. I just wanna make my folks proud, spread my name so one day I'll be the hero of my hometown. Ain't a person that can say I haven't persevered in life, waiting for nobody. If I can, I'll cut in line. I don't doubt for a second with this will that I possess. I know my time is coming, I can't wait for what comes next. It's not living if it's without a goal. Getting where I need to be, my steps be methodical. There's no growth if I'm riding highs without the lows. Pay attention when I spit out the flows, yeah. Ain't nobody telling me what I can do, cause I already know that I can't lose. Let it be known I'm standing tall, cause I never gave up. Took some time, now you'll see what it is I made of. Ain't nobody telling me what I can do, cause I already know that I can't lose. Let it be known I'm standing tall, cause I never gave up. Took some time, now you'll see what it is I made of.
Meditating on a daily, reflecting on how my pain has made me even better than I ever imagined. So I'm batting at a rate that's collapsing the entire league. See, I'm entirely self-made, smoking on therapeutic trees. My spirituality and determination to believe everything will play out exactly as it's destined has exponentially granted abundance. Losing was never an option when my family's relying on me to pave the way. And so I stayed away from zombies amazed with liquid tolerance and relationship drama. Cause if it doesn't make money, doesn't expand your mind, then what's the payoff? And so I'm pissed off with how much time I watched slip through the hourglass. Ain't nobody telling me what I can't do when I went from pay to play to making money off a couple minutes on stage. From futons and sleeping in a car to my own place in downtown LA. And so I say, hey, ain't nobody
can do, cause I already know that I can't lose. Let it be known I'm standing tall, cause I never gave up. Took some time, now you'll see what it is I made up. Ain't nobody telling me what I can do, cause I already know that I can't lose. Let it be known I'm standing tall, cause I never gave up. Took some time, now you'll see what it is I made up. Yeah, took some time, but now you'll see it is I'm made of. Yeah, Pum Gato, Lottie So. Enough of this song.
Hello, my name is Selena Lopez. I was born and raised here in Huntington Park. I am the daughter of two immigrant parents from Mexico and El Salvador. Crucitas Deli and Cafe was founded in 2015 by my mom and I. We opened up Crucitas with a shared mission to cultivate community through good food, good coffee, and a shared space. We wanted to be able to invite community not only to have a good meal, to have a good cup of coffee, but to be able to exchange ideas, to share resources, to share their artwork, and to also have a space to work. For me, being a business owner is not solely about profit or how much you can get out of something. It's more of a tool and a method to bring people together, to bring change in the community. To us, community means supporting local, hiring local, supporting independent farmers as much as possible. Community is not just a word that's being thrown out there. It's about taking action and supporting the people that are producing your food. At Crucitas, one of our missions is to create a local food ecosystem. We specialize in our sandwiches and our salads. And we wanted to make sure that our ingredients were not only nutritious, but also organic as much as possible and sourced locally as much as possible. We source our greens from the local farmers markets. We also source strawberries, blueberries, oranges, sprouts, and tomatoes whenever they're in season. We also source other food items from local vendors. We currently source our coffee from Patria Coffee Roasters in Compton. We also get our bread delivered about 3 to 4 times a week. It's baked locally. We also have plant-based alternatives, and we're currently working on providing more plant-based alternatives. So we really try and source small and local as much as possible. And I feel that people trust us, and they want to purchase from us, and they want to vote with their dollar and continue to support our local economy by supporting businesses like ours. What got me interested in business in the first place, I feel stems from my higher education. It exposed me to the relationship between community and corporations that have a lot of control over our communities. They dictate what's sold, what's produced, and who gets hired in our communities. I always valued supporting independent, whether it was music, food, clothing, jewelry. I always understood the importance of doing that, and I feel that my education just reaffirmed that, and it helped me connect the dots to understand the role of business in our communities. So when people support a business like ours, they're essentially voting with their dollar and saying the types of things they want to see in their community. Not only are they supporting someone's dream, they're helping someone pay for their children's education and support their livelihoods. And I feel that the more we protect that and the more we vote for that, the more opportunities we create for our communities to be able to open up their own businesses or to start different projects. I feel that there is abundance in our communities, and if we learn how to work together instead of compete with one another, the possibilities are endless. Being an entrepreneur allows more creative freedom and to be able to implement different ideas and invite others to be part of that process. And I feel that by inviting others, it makes it a lot more of a sustainable practice. I've met different folks organizing through different collectives, open mics, and we're on the same page. So I feel that I was very passionate about providing a safe space for community to come together. Crucitas has served as a platform to bring different people together. Through shared efforts, we hosted different community events such as open mics, various art exhibits, film screenings, skill shares. And it's not about profit, it's more about how can we work together to make these things more accessible to people from our community, and sharing the resources that we have to expand those efforts.
Edlin G. Lopez is an artist, community organizer, and educator who grew up in Southgate, California. She is a first-generation American whose work deeply centers Mexican culture and tradition. Described by the artist as symbolic narratives, her art aims to examine feminist identity politics, multinationality struggles, and issues of mental health and socioeconomic status.
Hey everyone, I'm just here to remind you to support local vendors here at SELA Arts Festival. Go to selaartsfest.org, click on vendors, and check out all of the beautiful artwork. And I hope you enjoy this next performance.
Bienvenidos to the SELA Art Fest 2020 Streaming Our Stories. We are Tropa Mágica. La flor como una pantalla negra, el cine se acabó. Bailó el pájaro su última canción, aunque nadie lo oyera. Él cantó, cantó, cantó. Alegres son los días cuando duermes con tu reina y nada, 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 no vale la pena. Qué triste la gente que no sabe comer, con la boca cerrada y que la otra mano no se dé cuenta. Y tu amor como el vapor. Murió el sol cuando la luna salía. Alegre se durmió, bailó la luna su última canción, aunque nadie la viera. Ella bailó, bailó, bailó. Alegres son los días cuando duermes con tu reina y nada, 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 no vale la pena. Qué triste es la gente que no sabe comer, con la boca cerrada y que la otra mano no se dé cuenta. Y tu amor, como el vapor. Alegres son los días cuando duermes con tu reina y nada, 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 no vale la pena. Qué triste es la gente que no sabe comer, con la boca cerrada y que la otra mano no se dé cuenta. Y tu amor, como el vapor.
Next one.
La cintura cuando empiecen a tocar, mueve la cadera cuando quieres más y más. La mueves para acá y la mueves para allá y la mueves para atrás. Con la tropa mágica todos a gozar. Morena, morena, mueve la cintura cuando empiecen a tocar, mueve la cadera cuando quieres más y más. La mueves para acá y la mueves para allá y la mueves para atrás. Con la tropa mágica todos a gozar. Morena, morena, cintura cuando empiecen a tocar. Mueve la cadera cuando quieres más y más. La mueves para acá y la mueves para allá y la mueves para atrás. Con la tropa mágica todos a gozar. Morena, morena, say my soul, say my soul.
Next one. 1, 2. Come as you are. 1, 2, 3.
Ven como eres, como seas, como quiero que serás, como amiga, enemiga, como quiero que será. La ra ra ra, me moría, me moría, me moría. Ven, dame más, voy aquí, porque solo estoy sin ti, como amiga, enemiga, como te quiero a ti. La ra ra ra, me moría, me moría, me moría, pero juro que no tengo a nadie más, juro que no tengo a nadie más, juro que no tengo a nadie más, juro que no tengo a nadie como tú. Pero juro que no tengo a nadie más, juro que no tengo a nadie más, juro que no tengo a nadie más, juro que no tengo a nadie como tú. La ra ra ra, me moría, me moría, me moría, me moría.
Oh, you want to do kuru?
Dice.
Ready? Yeah. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, I know the song.
you got
but I
it.
just want the lyrics. How's everyone doing? 1.
for the first 15 minutes?
This
This will
one?
be the last one.
1, 2, 3. My bad. 1, 2, 3.
Una palomita blanca de piquito colorado. Ayer yo la vi llorando en las cumbres de un guayabo. Currucú, currucú, le cantaba el palomito. Currucú, currucú, que volviera a su nidito. Morena palomita, vuela, vuela por esa pradera. Ahí te estaré esperando, aunque de dolor me muera. Currucú, currucú, le cantaba el palomito. Currucú, currucú, que volviera a su nidito. Una palomita blanca de piquito colorado. Ayer yo la vi llorando por las cumbres de un guayabo. Currucú, currucú, le cantaba el palomito. Currucú, currucú, que volviera a su nidito.
Hola, nosotros somos el mariachi Alegría de la Vida.
¡Sí, señor!
name is Carol Maracas, and I'm the owner of Dancers with Curves. And this is my partner, Joel. I'm from Costa Rica.
I'm from Colombia.
And we're here to teach you a little bit of bachata.
Dicen que es pecado cometer un adulterio, pero yo no puedo ocultar esto que siento, porque te deseo más allá de la locura y quisiera amarte aunque el mundo lo descubra. Si es que tienes dueño, espero que me comprendas. No seríamos únicos en vivir esta condena, y hoy yo te invito a ser infiel.
Bueno, pues sabemos que estuvieron llorando, pero ya regresamos aquí a disfrutar más del festival. Espero que les gustó el arte, las convivencias y todo lo que presenta el SELA Art Fest 2020.
I am Nayeli Reese performing Huela Paloma.
is Perla Torres, and I'm going to be dancing 7 Rings.
Breakfast at Tiffany's and bottles of bubbles. Girls with tattoos who like getting in trouble. Lashes and diamonds, ATM machines. Buy myself all of my favorite things. Shoo, go from the south to the booth. Make it all back in one loop. Give me the loot. Never mind, I got the juice. Nothing but never we shoot. Look at my neck, look at my neck. Ain't got enough money to pay me respect. Ain't no budget when I'm on the set. If I like it, then that's what I get. Yeah, I want it, I got it. I want it.
Three, two, one, watch me. Level up, 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 level up. All this on me so yummy, all this sauce so yummy. Know you want this yummy, yummy all in your tummy. Them old mistakes are gone, I won't do them no more. That's old news, that's new news, I done did that before. I turn nothing to something, my comeback on 100. Let's talk it, more action, you just gon' see coming. I just keep elevating, no losses, just upgrading. My lessons made blessings, I turn that into money. They gotta never settle, this view is so much better. I'm chilling, I'm winning, like on another level. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. All this on me so yummy, all this sauce so yummy. Know you want this yummy, yummy all in your tummy.
Hola gente, ¿cómo están? I hope you're enjoying the performances, the art, and of course, I'm here to remind you to support our local vendors. Remember that supporting our local vendors is actually supporting our local economy. Don't forget to go and visit our vendors.
Figgy Baby is an internationally touring Latinx rapper, writer, and experience provider based in Los Angeles. Best known for their vulnerable storytelling and high energy performances, Figgy Baby strives to create a space that recognizes change as the only lasting truth. In April, they released their sophomore album, Blood from a Stone, that highlights the fluidity of our existence, examines the root of toxic masculinity, and offers listeners a safe space to explore shameless self-worth. Give it up for Figgy Baby.
The only way a phoenix rises from its own embers. I don't hope we make it, but I hope we'll all remember. Some of us don't need to be here. Some of us only. I marched in a crowd of thousands, walking north, a Figueroa, her peaceful force. We blocked the freeway, the intersections. They lined the streets on both sides, riding gear and gripping weapons. I made an effort to stare them each in the eye. These humans in disguise, I wonder if they cry, I wonder if they feel. I believe they do. I saw one looking scared, afraid of me and you, like this little piece of cardboard could bust it bulletproof. I saw another slapping his baton in the open palm, looking eager, waiting for a reason to let loose. Hands up, don't shoot. I hear it echo in the background. I hear it echo in the background. There was a third looking bored, dead eyes glazed over, just waiting for us to back down. What a mood, he wouldn't bat an eye. Had to shoot in order revolution so removed. I wonder if my broken skull spilled blood on his boots, would he move? Or just step over? I shift my view. Another man with a shotgun with rubber bullets. Maybe the real bullets, sitting proud, feeling real purpose. He fighting for what he believes. He been cleaning the streets, he been killing the youth. He live in Huntington Beach. He feel bad for those white kids brainwashed, marching with us. Like why they marching with us? They shouldn't march with us. He doesn't hope for violence, he is the violence, and he's starting with us. He's always, yeah. The only way a phoenix rises from its own embers. Right. The only way a phoenix rises from its own embers. Come come on, right, yeah. The only way a phoenix rises from its own embers. I don't hope we all make it, but I hope we're all remembered. Some of us don't need to be here. Some of us are only holding us back, right. The only way a phoenix rises from its own embers. I don't hope we all make it, but I hope we're all remembered. Some of us don't need to be here. Some of us are only holding us back.
He'll be dead tomorrow, dying,
dead, seeking a cause, seeking the cause, and the cause was in front of him.
And the corpse in his skin, and the but he died seeking
Don't jump to conclusion with bad knees. I wrapped a pack of wolves, staring daggers into a litter of cat squeaks. It's always funny how the skill command the same respect y'all didn't have last week. Grown men get introspective. Watermelon earrings leave them with too many questions. Y'all couldn't last a day in my shoes. Plus these Jordans from the women's section. Y'all too simple for the cross, these intersections. Trying to surpass my idols, but they killed all my idols. Changing the world around me is a risk, but it's vital. The queer don't go viral. The changes ain't the same, we worry about survival. Shake off the goosebumps and stay with me. Real fans help me grow through my mistakes with me. When I feel hell and pain with me. I will always remember who came with me. Come with me. I bleed pastel and lacquer, forge my own passage. Other artists ain't a factor, never try perform after. My talk is all action. Fame will be long lasting on your tongues. This name will not vanish. I didn't want to rap anymore anyway. I always tell you when I'm scared, too smart to dodge the fear. I'll never run, I will only dance with these spirits. Which one has come to spill quiver in these lyrics? The secret's not to bury, but embrace. Ooh, I know y'all feel that.
¿Qué vale? Espero que no estuvieron llorando mientras los esperamos. Ya regresamos, Tropa Mágica. Espero que les gustó el arte, los vendedores. Por favor, apoyen a su local community. Y pues, seguimos con las canciones. Si pudiera leer mi mente no sería tan difícil. Desnudos y sonriendo sin sudor se vuelve lágrimas. Cada quien con su pared y las espaldas por fin son amadas. Si pudiera leer mi mente todavía será lo mismo. Un abrazo y otro fracaso, lo mismo otra vez. Si pudiera leer mi mente todavía será lo mismo. Un abrazo y otro fracaso, lo mismo otra vez. Y al cielo no le alcanzó ni dinero para el ladrón. Como un extraño es lo que soy, como un extraño me voy. Y las paredes por fin son amadas. Si pudiera leer mi mente todavía será lo mismo. Un abrazo y otro fracaso, lo mismo otra vez. Si pudieras Ayer al leer mi mente todavía será lo mismo. Y un abrazo y otro fracaso, lo mismo otra vez. Y al cielo no le alcanzó ni dinero para el ladrón. Como un extraño hoy me voy, como un extraño es lo que soy. Y las paredes por fin son amadas.
Yeah, I messed up too. You want some? No. They're gonna keep coming.
¡Cumbia! Timbalera, baila conmigo este sol. Ae, timbalera, está la cumbia del sol. Ae, timbalera, baila conmigo este sol. Ae, timbalera, está la cumbia del sol. Está la cumbia del sol. El horizonte se va a aclarar y todo el mundo quiere bailar, pues la cumbia del sol. Timbalera, baila conmigo este sol. Aer, timbalera, está la cumbia del sol. Aer, timbalera, baila conmigo este sol. Aer, timbalera, está la cumbia del sol. Está la cumbia del sol. El horizonte se va a aclarar, todo el mundo quiere bailar, pues la cumbia del sol. Wow, oh.
You're gonna hear a lot of my chair honk. No, I got that rocking chair. Una, dos, tres, cuatro. 1, 2, 3.
Las horas más lindas las paso contigo, sí. No quiero ni pensar si un día me faltas tú, no quiero ni pensar el amor. Tú me acostumbraste a ser como un sueño. No quiero ni pensar si un día me faltas tú, no quiero ni pensar el amor. Pídeme la luna y te la bajaré, pídeme una estrella, hasta ya miré. Más nunca me digas no te quiero más, porque esas palabras me hacen mucho mal. Pídeme la vida y te demostraré cuánto yo te quise, cuánto te amaré. Tú fuiste y has sido para mí el amor, regalo más lindo que me ha dado Dios. Quisiera esta noche tenerte conmigo. No quiero ni pensar si un día me faltas tú, no quiero ni pensar el amor. Tú me acostumbraste a ser como un sueño. No quiero ni pensar si un día me faltas tú, no quiero ni pensar el amor. Pídeme la luna y te la bajaré, pídeme una estrella, hasta ya me iré. Mas nunca me digas no te quiero más, porque esas palabras me hacen mucho mal. Pídeme la vida y te demostraré cuánto yo te quise y cuánto te amaré. Tú fuiste y has sido para mí el amor, regalo más lindo que me ha dado Dios. La última y nos vamos. Rinconcito en el cielo.
1, 2, 3.
A buscar un rinconcito en el cielo para llevar a mi amor. Voy a buscar un rinconcito en el cielo para escondernos tú y yo. Un rinconcito en el cielo, juntos unidos los dos. Y cuando caiga la noche te daré mi amor.
Y no se me rajen, porque la vida todavía sigue.
Voy a buscar un rinconcito en el cielo para llevar a mi amor. Voy a buscar un rinconcito en el cielo para escondernos tú y yo. Un rinconcito en el cielo, juntos
los dos. Y cuando caiga la noche, te daré mi amor.
Muchas gracias. Nosotros somos Tropa Mágica. Thank you, SELA Arts Fest. Streaming our stories from your home.
Blaze it.
Thank you for joining us at the SELA Arts Fest. See you next year.
All my friends say they don't wanna go, they don't wanna go home. All my friends say they don't wanna go, they don't wanna go home. They're running away, away from their lives, away from their homes, away from all the bullshit that won't let go. Hey, you wanna make this right? Come back to this world. Don't you make us worry, worry. Oh, Lord, what a
Take away the comfort of a life well spent, the comfort of a father's guidance through the unknown. Some people say that we won't last for eternity. Well, I don't want it, this point of view. All I want is to grow old with you. I need to understand that a reality is as much true to her as mine is to me. Love her even more because of